how structures emerge in our universe, from galaxies on down. Looking at that question, I quickly realized that it was actually an instance of a much more general question. Sort of how does anything complicated get produced in nature? Snowflakes, turbulent fluid flows, numbers and exponentials. Snowflakes, turbulent fluid flows, numbers and exponentials. Forms of plants and animals, calculus, black or white. Forms of plants and animals in nature, black or white. You try the black or white.
Welcome back, dear friends and colleagues. I'm sure you have enjoyed a very relaxed lunch, undisturbed by... Sorry? And now we are ready to start election time. And to start with this, I invite Her Royal Highness, the Princess Royal, to present the report of the IOC Members' Election Commission, of which she is our chair. Royal Highness, you have the floor.
President, members, ladies and gentlemen. Well, this is the afternoon where the focus is on elections, and it's not just one. So we have to focus a little bit more, practice, before we get to that stage. This is the report of the Members' Election Commission, and I will try and summarise a little bit. The President, I think quite rightly, there were no new proposals from the President as membership. There is one major exception, which I think you will understand, which is Tony Estanguet. And I think you will all accept that as a leader, a games competitor, a gold medalist, well, here in Athens, actually, we were just regretting the fact that it no longer exists, that particular feature. But he went on from being competitor to the Athletes Commission and has continued that journey, as is rather remarkable, and has championed the vision of the Olympic movement, that ambition to inspire service through sport. And becoming a champion, as many of you, I suspect, realise, can be perceived as rather self-centred. And at times that is absolutely vital. But his understanding of the importance of the team, as in the family, the coach, the facilities, the logistics, and the commitment since to invest his success in the future of his sport. That is what an Olympic movement really depends upon for its future. And well, I'm delighted that he is volunteering again to become a member. I hope he agrees that it is a place that he can also help use to the best his extraordinary experience. So that is the first of those elections. We have re-elections for 10 memberships after 8 years of membership. I won't go through all of them. I hope you've been able to assess those as individuals. The extension of the term of office to Mr. Tsipras Kapralos was elected as a member in 2019, but he was standing to be re-elected as president of the European Olympic Committees. In fact, he has been re-elected on February the 28th, so he still maintains that position, so that his extension of office seems entirely logical. There's a change of status for 3 individuals. They're all different and are all critical in their own way, and should be, but we would like to support them to continue their roles. We have election of 2 honorary members, one in April and one in January. Again, it reflects a considerable amount of commitment to the movement over their lifetimes, and we're delighted to offer that. And the President has also proposed for election as honorary members, quite rightly, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, as chair of the IOC Ethics Commission, and Francesco Ricciabiti as long-serving president as ASOIF, also as honorary members. Now that, in election terms, is going to keep you slightly busy to fill in the time. I hope you won't mind. But it does reflect a range of individuals and activities that help support the Olympic movement in the best possible way. We look for more members. We reflect on those who've given such service and the way in which they've done so. And I think we can celebrate that. But I repeat, that we're always happy to accept nominations as members, because this is an organisation which needs a very wide representation across a range of backgrounds, and we're delighted to accept those as well. But I will hand back to the President.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness, for this, as always, very clear and precise report. Allow me, nevertheless, to ask our colleagues whether you left any question open. No, that's not the case. Then thank you very much for all the hard work of you and the entire Commission, which is key always for the functioning, but also for the future of the International Olympic Committee. So thank you once again very, very much. And with this, dear friends and colleagues, we are proceeding with 15.3. That's the re-election of IOC members following the recommendation of the Members' Election Commission. As you have heard, there is a list proposed for re-election. They are all independent individual members, with the exception of 2 memberships linked to a function as IF presidents, and this is for World Rowing and for Equestrian. Following the traditional voting regulations, this vote is taking place en bloc by a secret ballot for the following re-election for all the members you will see here on the screen. According to Rule 16(1)(7) of the Olympic Charter, this re-election is for 8 years, unless a re-elected member is reaching the age limit before these 8 years. The details you can see on the screen. I don't think that we need to go through each individual. You can peruse it. And with this, I'm now giving the floor to the Director General to proceed with the election.
Thank you, President. I would like to remind you of the rules which apply to the vote being held during this session. Each IOC member present in the IOC session room has 1 vote. For all the votes taking place during the session, abstentions, blank or spoiled votes are not taken into consideration into the calculation of the required majority. Voting by proxy is, of course, not allowed. All members are required to stay in the room for the whole duration of the vote. If you leave the room, your card will be withdrawn and you will not be able to come back in the session room for the whole vote process. For all the votes during this IOC session, the President elects not to exercise his right to vote. However, he reserves the right to break a deadlock. You are not allowed to film or take photos during the vote. The electronic voting keypads have already been placed on your desk. The smart cards will now be distributed by the IOC administration. Once a vote is open, voting keypads and smart cards will no longer be distributed. Before we proceed, I would like to inform everyone that the voting material has been thoroughly tested this morning and is ready for use. Therefore, we will not conduct a test vote today. However, if anyone feels that they need assistance, please let us know. For information, there is a monitoring system in place to guarantee the highest integrity of the voting process. The scrutineers for today's votes are Mr. Richard Pound as Chair, or IOC Honorary Member, Her Excellency Ms. Patricia O'Brien, Member of the IOC Ethics Commission, and Maître Antoine Rochat, a Swiss notary. The Chair has delegated the second scrutineer the role of presenting the results to the IOC President. In order for the vote to pass, it is necessary that the majority of votes cast are in favor of re-electing the concerned members. All IOC members will be authorized to take part in this vote. Of course, the period of such re-elections is subject to the relevant rules of the Olympic Charter, for example, with regard to the age limits and continuity of relevant functions. So I'm asking if everyone had the voting keypad and the smart card. Yes, this seems to be the case. Then we will now proceed with the vote. The subject matter of the vote is: do you accept to re-elect the names appearing on the screen as IOC members? The voting possibilities will be yes, no, abstention. And I will now be requiring the opening of the vote. The vote is now open. Did everyone have the opportunity to vote? This seems to be the case. Then I will be declaring the vote closed. The vote is now closed.
The result for the re-election of our 10 colleagues, IOC members, is the following. Total possible votes, 105. Abstentions, 0. Valid votes, 105. Majority from the valid votes, 53. Yes, 104. No, 1. Our 10 colleagues are being re-elected as IOC members. Congratulations there to all of them. I suggest now to proceed with the election of a new IOC member. You have heard the report of Her Royal Highness with the one exception the Executive Board wants to make, because usually we did not want to propose any new member, to leave new and as much room as possible for my successor. But the name and the performance and the personality of Tony Estenguet, then we all thought unanimously in the Executive Board would justify such an exception as it has been proposed by the Members' Election Commission. So therefore I propose now that we are continuing with this voting process for Mr. Tony Estenguet. Mr. De Kepper.
Thank you, President. As a reminder, it is necessary that the majority of votes cast are in favor of electing the concerned member. Subject matter of the vote is, do you accept to elect Mr. Tony Estanguet as a member of the IOC, pursuant to Rule 16.111? The voting possibilities will be yes, no, abstention. Mr. Guy Dru, Jean-Christophe Roland, Martin Fourcade, and David Lapartien may not take part in the vote. You are asked to hand in your smart card to a member of staff. So does everyone have a voting keypad and a smart card? This seems to be the case. I'm waiting for the cards to be taken out of the system before opening the vote. So I will now request the opening of the vote. The vote is open. Did everyone have the opportunity to vote? This seems to be the case. Declaring the vote closed. It's closed.
Good for hiding for later.
The result for the election of Mr. Tony Estanguet as member of the IOC, total possible votes 101. Abstentions, including blank votes, 0. Valid votes, 101. Majority from the valid votes, 51. Yes, 98. No, 3. Mr. Tony Estanguet is elected member of the International Olympic Committee. Cher Tony, félicitations de toute l'Assemblée, de toute la session du CIO. Vous allez prêter le serment demain Et ça sera aussi l'opportunité pour toi de remercier.
Thank you, Tony. You'll have an opportunity to speak tomorrow and thank all the people who voted for you at this election and at this session. Welcome.
And with this, we are moving on to 15.5, the extension of one IOC member's terms of office. Following the recommendation of the Members' Election Commission, which you have heard from Her Royal Highness, the IOC Executive Board is proposing the extension of the mandate of the IOC member, Mr. Spiros Kapralos. You have heard the reasons, and I propose that we go straight to the vote. Mr. De Kepper.
Thank you, President. In order for the vote to pass, it is necessary that the majority of votes cast are in favor of extending the terms of office of the concerned member. So the subject matter of the vote is, do you accept to extend the age limit of Mr. Spiros Kapralos as a member of the IOC for a term of 4 years starting on 1st January 2026 and running until the end of 2030, pursuant to the according rules of the Charter. The voting possibilities will be yes, no, abstention. Does everyone have a voting keypad and smart card? This seems to be the case. I will now be requesting the opening of the vote. The vote is now open. Sorry. About to declare the vote closed. Did everyone have the opportunity to vote? It seems to be the case. I'm asking the closing of the vote. The vote is closed.
The result of the vote concerning the extension of the age limit of Mr. Spiros Kapralos. Total possible votes 105. Abstentions 4. Valid votes 101. Majority from the valid votes 51. Yes 95. No 6. The age limit of Mr. Spiros Kapralos is extended for 4 years. Congratulations, Mr. Kapralos. Following the recommendation of the Members' Election Commission, which you again have heard, the Executive Board is proposing the change of status of 3 IOC members. You have also heard about the reasons, and you have the reports and all the documentation in your board pack. So I suggest that also in this case we can move straight to the vote, and I ask the Director General to proceed.
Thank you, President. So in order for the different votes to pass, it's necessary that the majority of vote cast are in favor of changing the status of the concerned members. We will do all the 3 votes, and then the President will announce the results. The voting possibilities for the 3 votes are yes, no, abstention. We will start with the first vote. The subject matter of the vote is: do you accept the change of status of Mr. Merez Boussayen from memberships related to an NOC function to independent individual person to the Olympic Charter, in particular Rule 16.1.7? Does everyone in the room have a voting keypad and a smart card? So this seems to be the case. I'm going to ask the opening of the vote. The vote is open. Did everyone have the opportunity to vote? This seems to be the case. I'm going to declare the vote closed. The vote is now closed. We will now pass to the second vote, and the subject matter of the vote is: do you accept the change of status of Mr. Neven Ilic from membership related to an NOC function to an independent individual pursuant to the Rule 16.1.7 of the Olympic Charter? And does everyone having a voting keypad and a smart card? This seems to be the case. I'm about to request the opening of the vote. The vote is now open. Did everyone the opportunity to vote? This seems to be the case. I'm going to declare the vote closed. The vote is now closed. And we will now pass to the third vote. If our scrutinies are ready, make me please a sign. So, in the third vote, the subject matter of the vote is: do you accept the change of status of Mr. Ingmar de Vos from membership related to his functions as president of an international federation, the FEI, to a membership linked to his function as president of an association of IFs, ASWAF, pursuant to Rule 3.5 of the Olympic Charter? Pierre-Olivier Beckers-Vieux-Jean may not take part in the vote. You are asked to hand in your smart cards. I guess this has been done, but it needs to be decommissioned. So this is done now. I'm going to request the opening of the vote. The vote is now open. Did everyone have the opportunity to vote? Seems to be the case. Going to ask for the closing of the vote. The vote is closed.
The result of the vote for the change of status of membership for Mr. Meres Bouzayen. Total possible votes 105. Abstentions 1. Valid votes 104. Majority from the valid votes 53. Yes 92, no 12. The change of status of Mr. Meres Bouzayen has been approved by the IOC session. Congratulations, Mr. Bouzayen. The result of the change of status of Mr. Nevin Ilic. Total possible votes 105. Abstentions 2. Valid votes 103. Majority from the valid votes 52. Yes 93, no 10. The status of Mr. Nevin Ilic for membership has been approved by the IOC session. Congratulations, Mr. Ilic. The result for the change of membership status for Mr. Ingmar de Vos. Total possible votes 104. Abstentions 2. Valid votes 102. Majority from the valid votes 52. Yes 93, no 9. The change of the status of Mr. Ingmar de Vos has been approved. Congratulations, Mr. de Vos. I suggest, dear friends and colleagues, now to move to point 4.1 of our agenda, and this concerns the re-election of 2 members of the IOC Ethics Commission for a 4-year term. Pursuant to the respective rules of the Olympic Charter, the IOC Executive Board is proposing to you the re-election of Judge Xue Hanqin, China, for a 3rd and final term until 2029 as member of the IOC Ethics Commission in quality as an independent member. The decision proposal by the IOC Executive Board, as well as the biography of the candidates, have been sent in advance to you. So, therefore, I guess we can proceed right with the election of the Honorable Judge Hanqin. Mr. De Kepper, you have the floor.
So, in order for a member of the IOC Ethics Commission to be re-elected for a 4-year term, it is necessary that the majority of the votes cast are in favor of the re-election of this candidate. Voting possibility are yes, no, abstention. You see the photo of the candidate appearing on the screen. We shall now proceed with the vote. The subject matter of the vote is: do you accept to re-elect Judge Xue Hanqin as member of the IOC Ethics Commission as a personality who is not an active honorary or former IOC member? Mr. Zai-Qin Yu and Ms. Ling Wei Li may not take part in the vote. You're asked to hand in the smart card to a member of the staff. I think that has been done in the meantime. So everyone, I suppose, have a voting keypad and a smart card. You will be tired to hear me. So I think we can request the opening of the vote. The vote is open. Did everyone have the opportunity to vote? It seems to be the case. Going to declare the vote closed. It is closed.
The result for the re-election of the Honorable Judge Han-Jin Xue as a member of the IOC Ethics Commission. Total possible votes 103. Abstentions 4. Valid votes 99. Majority from the valid votes 50. Yes 96. No 3. The Honorable Judge Han-Jin Xue is re-elected member of the IOC Ethics Commission. Congratulations. The second re-election for a member of the IOC Ethics Commission for a second four-year term concerns our colleague and friend, Mrs. Laura Chinchilla, Costa Rica. Pursuant to the rules of the Olympic Charter, the IOC Executive Board is proposing to you the re-election of Mrs. Chinchilla as member of the IOC Ethics Commission for a second term in her capacity as an IOC member until the session in 2029. Again, the decision proposal of the EB and the biography and the documentation have been sent to you so that we can proceed with a vote. Mr. Director General, you have the floor.
Thank you, President. The subject matter of the vote is, do you accept to re-elect Mrs. Laura Chinchilla as member of the IOC Ethics Commission in her capacity as an IOC member? Voting possibilities are yes, no, abstention. Everyone has a voting keypad and a smart card. I'm going to request the opening of the vote. The vote is open. Did everyone have the opportunity to vote? Seems to be the case. I'm going to ask for the closing of the vote. Vote is closed.
The result of the vote on the membership for the IOC Ethics Commission of Mrs. Laura Chinchilla is the following. Total possible votes 105. Abstentions 1. Valid votes 104. Majority from the valid votes 53. Yes 101. No 3. Mrs. Laura Chinchilla is re-elected as member of the IOC Ethics Commission. Congratulations, Mrs. Chinchilla. Ah, here. And now we are coming back to the topic 15 of the agenda, and this is the election of one vice president and members of the executive board. There, in accordance with all the rules of the Olympic Charter, all the persons concerned to these positions will be elected for a term of 4 years. And I pass the floor to the Director General for the vote on the position of IOC Vice President. Mr. De Kepper.
Thank you, President. As you know, in accordance with Rule 19.2.5 of the Olympic Charter, elections as IOC Vice President, as members of the IOC Executive Board, will take effect after the closing of the 144th IOC session, which means on the 21st of March 2025. In order to be elected, the candidate must obtain the majority of the votes cast. You are now going to vote for the candidate for election to the office for Vice President, and we have only one candidate for this position, namely Mr. Pierre-Olivier Beckers-Vieux-Jean. So the subject matter of the vote is, do you accept to elect Mr. Pierre-Olivier Beckers-Vieux-Jean as Vice President of the IOC? Mr. Ingard de Vos may not be taking part in the vote, and you're asked to render your smart card, which I suppose has been done. So the smart card will be returned afterwards. I'm going to request the opening of the vote. The vote is now open.
Something about you so attracting. One thing's for sure, you got me.
Did everyone have the opportunity to vote? Seems to be the case. I'm going to declare the vote closed. The vote is closed.
No, no, never get enough, enough. Enough of you. Oh, baby, when you're near, my heart is trembling. How we gonna get it on? I am anticipating. There's something about you so attracting. One thing's for sure, you got me reacting.
The result for the election of IOC Vice President for Mr. Pierre-Olivier Beckers is the following. Total possible votes 104, abstentions 3, valid votes 101, majority from the valid votes 51, yes 98, no 3. Mr. Pierre-Olivier Beckers is elected Vice President of the International Olympic Committee. You want to say a word, Pierre-Olivier?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. President. If I will try to be quick. First of all, I would like to congratulate my good friend and outstanding colleague Nicole Hooverts for the great job that she's been doing on the executive board as vice president. I also would like to express my gratitude to all the IOC members. I'm humbled by the confidence that you're showing to me with this election. We live indeed in a troubled world, and more than ever, and carried by the success of Paris 2024 and the many advancements of the Agenda 2020, the IOC and the Olympic movement are ideally placed to contribute to a better world through sport and its values. Following the footsteps of Soldier Philippidis of yesterday, and being in Greece, I was trying to think of another person who could be closely associated with the IOC. And I discovered that in his oath, which he delivered in 324 before Christ, Alexander the Great expressed his vision that, and I quote his words, "All mortals live as one people, be happy in peace, in fellowship, seeing the world as their homeland, regardless of their race, regardless of their origin, whether Greeks or foreigners, whether white or dark-skinned," end quote. So it was amazing to me to read how contemporary, how akin to the IOC's mission his oath was. So yes, indeed, there is a tremendous amount of work to continue to accomplish, and together we can only succeed. I fully realize that you will count on me and that through this election you count on my energy in this new role. So dear Executive Board members, dear IOC members and friends, you can count on my energy, my courage and determination. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Dank u wel. Vielen Dank. Muchas gracias. Grazie mille. Asante sana. Shukran. Sheshe. Arigato.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pekas, but I must admit you make me thinking twice. When with Alexander the Great, and how about words and reality? If you're looking at his conquering efforts, let's discuss after. But I can still say welcome on board, so we will still have the opportunity at least to have one executive board together, and we are looking forward to this. We will now continue with the election of the positions for IOC executive board members. As you know, the Olympic Charter provides that the session sees to it that all the stakeholders are represented in the executive board, so that the composition reflects the composition of the session. And we have what I think a very good tradition that we always have one seat open for the representative of the Athletes Commission and Athlete IOC members. Therefore, I propose that we proceed now with this vote on the athletes representative, which is Mrs. Emma Terho, whose first term in the IOC Executive Board will come to an end, but she is eligible for re-election, and with this re-election supported there by the Charter and the tradition of the interpretation, I would like to ask the Director General to proceed.
Thank you, President. We will now vote on the election of Mrs. Emma Terho to the Executive Board. The subject matter of the vote is: do you accept to elect Mrs. Emma Terho as a member of the IOC Executive Board? Ms. Sari Essaya may not take part in the vote. You are asked to hand in your smart card, which will be given back to you after the vote. I think that this has been done in the meantime. And I may be requesting now the opening of the vote. The vote is open. Did everyone had the opportunity to vote? Seems to be the case. The vote will now be closed. The vote is closed.
The result for the vote on the re-election of Mrs. Emma Terho as member of the IOC Executive Board. Total possible votes 104, abstentions 4, valid votes 100. Majority from the valid votes 51, yes 98, no 2. Mrs. Emma Terho is re-elected as member of the IOC Executive Board. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank, on behalf of the athletes, on behalf of everybody, thank you for the continued support, for having athlete voice at the heart of all the decision making. We have an amazing group of athlete representatives in our commission, and I'm humbled and very honored to be able to bring those voices also to the executive board. And I want to emphasize that as my term will be finishing after the Milano Cortina Games, and we will be having continued very good leadership for the athletes. We have an amazing group of athlete representatives in our commission, so thank you everyone.
We can now continue with the election of 3 more members of the IOC Executive Board, for which we have 4 candidates. There is one seat like with the athletes representative. This is for the seat which is supposed to take care of the interests of the national Olympic committees, which has been occupied by our friend and colleague Robin Mitchell, who is coming to the end of his 8-year terms. And there we have as a candidate for this position, then for the NOCs, Mr. Spiros Kapralos. And I would also like to inform you that the other 3 candidates, even if in theory they could have been candidates, they're in conversations with me. They're all 3 from their own initiative announced that they would not compete for this seat, replacing Dr. Robin Mitchell. Therefore, we have one candidate for this seat, and this is Mr. Spiros Kapralos, and I hand floor over to the Director General.
Thank you, President. So the subject matter of the vote is, do you accept to elect Mr. Spiros Kapralos as a member of the IOC Executive Board? Does everyone have a voting keypad and a smart card? Which seems to be the case. I'm then going to ask for the opening of the vote. Vote is open. Did everyone had the opportunity to vote? This seems to be the case. I'm asking for the closing of the vote. The vote is now closed.
The result for the election of Mr. Spiros Kapralos as member of the IOC Executive Board. Total possible votes 105, abstentions 5, valid votes 100, majority from the valid votes 51, yes 93, no 7. Mr. Spiros Kapralos is elected member of the IOC Executive Board. Congratulations.
Dear IOC members and colleagues, I'm deeply honored for your trust, support, and your vote, of course. First, I want to extend my sincere thanks to Robin Mitchell, who has been a mentor for me in this NOC relations and what we do. And I would like to thank him very much for what he has done and contributed to the Olympic movement. I can only say that also with the new president, I'm committed to give my best for the Olympic movement and to work very closely and to support everything that the IOC is doing these days. Thank you very much.
Now we will continue with the candidature of Mrs. Christine Kloster for re-election of a second term in the IOC Executive Board. They're in a conversation with the two other candidates for the Executive Board, Mr. Nevin Ilic and Mr. Octavian Morariu. They both have spontaneously declared to me that they would not compete against Mrs. Christine Kloster for re-election out of respect for her as a person and for all her contributions made to the Executive Board and to the IOC in her first term of office. Therefore, we have for this position only one candidate, Mrs. Christine Kloster, and I ask the Director General to proceed with the vote. Not without thanking before Mr. Ilic and Mr. Morariu again for this a great gesture of friendship in the true spirit of the IOC.
So we will then proceed with the election of Ms. Christine Kloster, whose first mandate on the board is coming to an end. The subject matter of the vote is, do you accept to elect Mrs. Christine Kloster as a member of the IOC Executive Board? Ms. Astrid Urenbold Jacobsen will not take part in the vote. She has handed in her smart card. So does everyone have a smart card and voting keypad, which seems to be the case? I'm going to declare the vote open. The vote is open. Did everyone have the opportunity to vote? Seems to be the case. I'm going to close the vote. The vote is closed.
The result concerning the re-election of Mrs. Christine Kloster as a member of the IOC Executive Board. Total possible votes 104. Abstentions 3. Valid votes 101. Majority from the valid votes 51. Yes 96. No 5. Mrs. Christine Kloster is re-elected as member of the IOC Executive Board. Congratulations.
Dear IOC colleagues, thank you very much for your continued trust in me on the Executive Board. I will try to do my best in this coming period as well. And I would like to especially thank the very generous contribution from Octavian and Nevin. And thank you very much from the bottom of my heart for what you just did. Thank you.
We will continue now with the election for the last position of the IOC Executive Board. For this seat, we have two candidates, Mr. Nevin Ilic and Mr. Octavian Morariu, and I ask the Director General to proceed with the vote.
Yes, so the subject matter of the vote is which one of the candidates listed below do you elect as member of the IOC Executive Board? I ask if everyone has a keypad and a smart card. This seems to be the case. Then I will now be requesting the opening of the vote. The vote is open. So did everyone have the opportunity to vote? This seems to be the case. I'm going to declare the vote closed. The vote is now closed.
The result of the election for the IOC Executive Board. Total possible votes 105. Abstentions 2. Valid votes 103. Majority from the valid votes 52. Mr. Nevin Ilic 50. Mr. Octavian Morariu 53. Mr. Octavian Morariu is elected member of the IOC Executive Board.
L'émotion. Monsieur le Président, chers collègues,
President, dear colleagues, I'd like to start by congratulating and thanking Denis Oswald for his exemplary career in the IOC, but also personally, he has always provided me with precious advice. First of all, it is a great honor when you elect me as a member of the executive board of the IOC. Thank you for your trust. It goes without saying that I'm very overjoyed, but it is also something that leads me to pause. I think we have a great responsibility towards the Olympic movement and towards the athletes in particular. I commit, as I've said to many of you, as to be a permanent link between the members and to make sure that I can also ensure that your criticism is shared with the members of the EB and that you're always at the center of our discussions. Thank you very much for your sense of fair play. I must say that you managed to get me to feel the adrenaline flowing through my veins. So thank you very much for your confidence.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Morario. I think we can also express congratulations and thanks to Mr. Nevin Ilic with such a close result and given the fairness he has shown before with regard to all the other candidates. I think you deserve all our appreciation for this. Thank you, Mr. Ilic. And we will now move on to the next item of the agenda and proceed with the election of IOC honorary members. As you know, this is applying to IOC members who rendered exceptional services to the IOC for at least 10 years of membership. And therefore, following our traditional procedures, we will proceed with this vote by a show of hands. The first proposal of the IOC Executive Board in this respect to you, the session, concerns Mrs. Marisol Casado. She was elected as an IOC member in 2010. Her membership linked to her function as president of the International Triathlon Union. This mandate will end on 21st of April 2025, and thus her term as an IOC member will end at the very same day. As she has been an IOC member for more than 10 years, and even more so considering the truly exceptional services she has rendered to her federation, to gender equality, to inclusion, and to the entire Olympic movement, the IOC Executive Board proposes her for election as IOC honorary member, becoming effective as of 22nd of April 2025. Those of you who agree, I ask you to raise their hand, please. It appears to be a majority. Are there any no votes? Abstentions? No. Mrs. Casado, heartfelt congratulations. And I can say you that the Executive Board does not only warmly congratulate you, we also in the Executive Board have decided, following the recommendation of the Olympic Order Council, to award you tomorrow morning in this IOC session the Olympic Order, which is well deserved. Congratulations also for this. Mr. Yu Sai-ching was elected as an IOC member in the year 2000. As Vice President of the NOC of the People's Republic of China. He was a member of the IOC Executive Board from 2004 to 2008 and an IOC Vice President from 2008 to 2012, and then again Member of the Board and Vice President from 2014 to 2022. He has already, looking at these figures, rendered exceptional services to the IOC and made a great contribution to the IOC Executive Board and the entire functioning and working of the IOC. Some of these merits I may reserve for tomorrow when we also can award the Olympic Order to him, then following of the respective decision of the IOC Executive Board. But for now, I ask for your vote for Mr. Yu Zaiqing as IOC Honorary Member. The ones who agree, please raise your hands. Thank you. Any no? Any no? No, there are no votes. Any abstentions? No. Mr. Yu is unanimously elected IOC Honorary Member. And also for you, Mr. Yu, I have already indicated it. We will be honored and happy to present to you the Olympic Order tomorrow morning in this IOC session. And now we move on to the next item of the agenda. And this is about the election of IOC honor members. As you know, this great honor applies to eminent personalities from outside the IOC who have rendered particularly outstanding services to it in accordance with the rules of the Olympic Charter. And there we did not now for more than a year have any IOC member of honor, because the last one was our friend Henry Kissinger, who passed away there, and therefore it is a great honor and a pleasure to propose to the session on behalf of the entire Executive Board an outstanding leader whose lifelong dedication to peace, international cooperation and good governance has left an indelible mark on the global community. Throughout his illustrious career of public service, Mr. Ban Ki-moon has been a steadfast advocate for the power of sport to unite the world and to drive positive change. Already at the time when Mr. Ban Ki-moon was Secretary General of the United Nations, he understood that the UN and the Olympic movement share not only the same goals, but also the same principles in making the world a better place. Building on this alignment, the United Nations and the IOC signed a Memorandum of Understanding in 2014. This MOU elevated the status of the IOC to a whole new level. And Mr. Ban Ki-moon, as Secretary General, was key to deepen this new era of cooperation between the UN and the IOC every step along the way. He said at the time, Olympic principles are UN principles. And this spirit has defined our deepening partnership ever since. Following this, we signed cooperation agreements and MOUs with all UN agencies relevant to our work, ushering into a decade of unprecedented cooperation. As UN Secretary General, Mr. Ban Ki-moon was the architect of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and it was him who ensured that sport was recognized as an important enabler to achieve these ambitious goals. With this recognition, the international community, who unanimously adopted these SDGs, expect us to contribute to 11 of the 17 SDGs, be it peace, sustainability, equality, health, and others. Following the MOU and the adoption of the SDGs, the UN General Assembly reacted several times to the Secretary-General's yearly report on sport for development and peace. The General Assembly did so by adopting resolutions recognizing the autonomy of sport, the political neutrality of the IOC as enshrined in the Olympic Charter, and the contribution of sport in realizing the SDGs. After his mandate came to an end in 2016, I pondered for quite some time whether I could dare to ask him whether he would accept the role of chair of the IOC Ethics Commission and present himself for election by you for the IOC session. When I finally approached him, I was surprised, as surprised as I was grateful, that he accepted without any hesitation, referring to our unequivocal commitment to ethics and good governance in Olympic agenda and in the IOC. Building on his exemplary record of public service with integrity, accountability, and transparency, he has since then been a driving force in strengthening the governance and reputation of the Olympic movement. Through his leadership, the IOC Ethics Commission has become a benchmark for ethics and governance in sport and in the wider international community. As he once said, sport is a unique vehicle for peace, but it can only be efficient if it has credibility. His accomplishments were essential for this very high standard of credibility the IOC enjoys now. For this, we all are deeply grateful to him. Personally, I'm even more grateful that he agreed to stay in his position until the end of my term, so that we both leave our respective positions on the very same day. For all these reasons, and for his unwavering belief in the power of sport to make the world a better place and more peaceful place, I would like to propose His Excellency Mr. Ban Ki-moon, on behalf of the entire IOC Executive Board, to be elected IOC Member of Honor as of 24th of June 2025. The ones of you who agree with this proposal by the Executive Board, please raise your hand. Thank you. Are there any votes against? No. Any abstentions? Congratulations, Mr. Ban Ki-moon. You want to say something, Your Excellency?
Then thank you, Mr. Chairman, Thomas Baham, and honorable IOC members. I am deeply honored and profoundly grateful for my election as an IOC honor member. This recognition is truly a privilege. For me, sports, to be frankly, sports were not my area of expertise beyond watching them. Having said that, my 8 years as chair of the IOC Ethics Commission has profoundly deepened my understanding and commitment. I have witnessed the intrinsic connection between sports and global peace, harmony, development, and human dignity. I now appreciate more than ever, the unique power of sports to promote these ideals as well as sustainable development goals, just as President Baha has mentioned, climate action and gender empowerment. I have been trying my best during the last 10 years as a Secretary General to bring all the leaders and all the people on the table so that they can join hands to make this world much more sustainable, so that the women's and girls' position will be empowered. That is what I have been continuing to do as a chairman of the Ethics Commission, even though very much limited, and I am very much proud. Taking this opportunity, I wish to express my deepest appreciation and respect to Honorable President Thomas Baha for his global leadership in promoting peace, security, gender empowerment, sustainable development, and mutual understanding among the world's people through the power of sports. I am confident that though he may transition from his current role soon, the IOC will continue to benefit from his wisdom and experience for the enduring success of the Olympic movement. Honorable members of the IOC, in this regard, yesterday afternoon, all of us have witnessed. I was deeply moved by the strong support and respect shown by all the IOC members and expressing for what President Baha has achieved. I sincerely hope that President Baha will continue to shine the light for the success of the IOC through the power of sports. Honorable IOC members, friends of the Olympic movement, thank you again for this extraordinary honor for me. I am committed to leveraging the power of sports to build a better future for all. Let us work together, ladies and gentlemen, to make this world much more sustainable and friendly, where sports can bring peace and stability and mutual understanding. Thank you for your recognition, and I wish you all the best. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And we can proceed now with the second proposal by the IOC Executive Board for a membership of honor. This concerns Mr. Francesco Riccipiti, who has been a steadfast supporter of the Olympic movement, dedicating his career to strengthening international federations and ensuring their role as key pillars of the Olympic Games. Throughout his illustrious career, his leadership has been defined by an unwavering commitment to the unity of sport, its autonomy, and its continued evolution in an ever-changing world. As the third president of the Association of Summer Olympic International Federations, he has demonstrated exceptional dedication to uniting the shared interests of Olympic sports. Under Francesco Riccipiti's leadership since 2013, ASOIF has become an indispensable partner of the IOC. His tenure has been defined by his steadfast commitment to safeguarding sport from external pressures, ensuring its autonomy, and fostering an unprecedented level of collaboration between ASOIF and the IOC. Perhaps nothing exemplifies this better than the historic Olympic Games Tokyo 2020, which took place against the backdrop of a global pandemic. It took an unprecedented effort to make them happen in a safe and secure manner for all participants. In navigating these uncharted waters, we could count on Francesco Riccipiti. The expert knowledge of ASOIF and its member federations were essential to develop the comprehensive countermeasures specifically adapted for the unique circumstances of every sport. Francesco Riccibiti has always taken a clear position when it comes to the autonomy of sport, clearly emphasizing the necessity of political neutrality. We have seen at the Olympic Games Paris 2024 how well our procedures safeguarding the political neutrality worked. The strength of ASOIF today is a testament to Francesco Riccibiti's vision and leadership. He launched the pioneering ASOIF Good Governance Task Force, setting clear and measurable standards to help IFs enhance their governance structures and transparency. Building on his experience as manager in the corporate world, he always understood that if we in sport expect politics to respect our autonomy, politics can expect us to respect the standards of good governance. Autonomy and good governance are two sides of the same coin. On a personal note, allow me, dear Francesco, to thank you for a great friendship. A great friend who gave most valuable advice to me already before my election in 2013. We did not always agree on everything, but we were always sure of each other's commitment to our Olympic cause. Even if, or maybe because, in every meeting, then in the times of my presidency, in every meeting he came along with new requests on behalf of the international federations, which we discussed, what you would say in the diplomatic world, in full openness. And that means sometimes heated discussions. The bonds of our friendship became even closer. For all these reasons, I'm honored and pleased to propose, on behalf of the entire IOC Executive Board, Mr. Francesco Riccibiti for election as an IOC honor member. And the ones of you who agree with this proposal, please raise your hand. Thank you. Any votes against? No. Congratulations, Mr. Riccibiti.
No, thank you for this nice word, first of all. I am honored, thrilled. What you said, your motivation is even more touching for me. All our relation, very long relation. So I take this, I try to be short, saying that I take this honor not only for me alone, but for all the unbelievable people that I met in this period, in the Olympic family. It's a unique family we have to defend. And so starting from you, Mr. President, the Executive Board, and all the members, thank again. I always said that the honor are very, very important, but they speak for the past. And at my stage of my life now, the only way to be alive and to be again active is to share the experience, that unbelievable experience that sport has given to us. And this is what I do with younger people. I try in all my activity, and I can assure you that I will support the value and the spirit of the Olympic family forever. Thank you.
And now we want to give the candidates a last opportunity for some work, and I pass the floor to the Director General.
Don't count on me to give them even more work, President. We will now have a short break before the voting process for the election of the IOC President. So only the IOC members, the honorary members, and the designated IOC staff necessary for the operations will be entitled to get back in the room. While I'm speaking, all the smart cards are being collected. New cards will be distributed for the next vote. As the room will be cleaned up, please take all your belongings with you. For security reasons, before this very important vote, all the electronic devices, including telephones, laptops, connected wearables, will be collected outside on your way back into the room. You will be able to recuperate them at the end of the vote before the announcement. We thank you in advance for your understanding and collaboration. For those who would not be in the room during the vote, you will be able to follow the process from the screens placed in the various rooms prepared for this purpose.
4:30. Back 4:30.
We will be back at 4:30 for the presidential vote. Thank you.
Welcome back, dear friends and colleagues. We will now proceed with the election of the 10th President of the International Olympic Committee, and I give the floor to the Director General.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to remind you the rules for this vote as per the Olympic Charter and the voting regulations approved by the IOC Executive Board in December 2024 and published on the IOC website. The terms of office of the newly elected President will start on 24 June 2025. In order to be elected, a candidate must obtain a majority of the votes. Each IOC member present in the IOC session room has one vote. Abstentions, blank or spoiled ballots are not taken into consideration into the calculation of the required majority. Voting by proxy is not allowed. The IOC President will not exercise his right to vote, but he reserves his right to exercise a casting vote according to Article 20 of the voting regulations for the elections of the IOC President. If no candidate obtains the majority of votes in a round of voting, there will be other rounds of voting until a candidate obtains the majority of the votes. The candidate obtaining the fewest votes in each of the rounds of voting will be eliminated and will not participate in the following round of voting. If the same number of votes is obtained by two or more candidates during a round of voting in which these candidates should be eliminated, there will be a specific intermediary round of voting only between these candidates. The candidates who obtain the fewest votes will not participate in the following round of voting between the remaining candidates. At the end of each round of voting, if no candidate is elected, the President will only announce the name of the candidate who will not participate in the following round of voting. The scrutineers are the same as during the previous votes. This means Mr. Richard Pound, Honorary Member, Her Excellency Ms. Patricia O'Brien, Member of the IOC Ethics Commission, and Maître Antoine Rochat, Swiss Notary. The names of the 7 candidates will now appear on the screen in the order of the draw of the lots held by the IOC Ethics Commission in November 2024. In accordance with paragraph 5/4 of the bylaw to Rule 18 of the Olympic Charter, the following IOC members will not participate in the first round of voting. The IOC members in France, Mr. Guy Dru, Mr. Jean-Christophe Roland, and Mr. Martin Fourcade. The IOC members in Great Britain, Her Royal Highness the Princess Royal, Sir Hugh Robertson. The IOC members in Spain, Ms. Marisol Casado and Mr. Pau Gasol, and the IOC member in Japan, Mr. Yuki Ota. The electronic voting keypads have already been placed on your desk. The smart cards are now being distributed by the IOC administration to the IOC members, except for those who cannot participate to this round of voting. All the members are required to stay in the room for the whole duration of the voting process. If you leave the room, your smart card will be withdrawn and will not be redistributed. Before we proceed, I would like to remind everyone that the voting material has been thoroughly tested this morning and was successfully used this afternoon. As during the previous votes, there is a monitoring system to guarantee the highest integrity of the voting process. If an incident is detected, the timing of the incident will be recorded. The election process will be stopped with immediate effect. All prior results remain valid, and we will switch to paper ballots. An illustrative description of the Lumi device is on your disk. Please refer to it if you have any doubt. Once I declare the vote open, the names of the candidates will appear on the screen of your individual keypad. If you want to abstain, you shall not make any selection, as the abstention option is not offered on the device. The process of voting is the same as for the previous votes. The subject matter of the vote is: which of the candidates do you elect as president of the IOC? Lequel des candidats élisez-vous en tant que président du CIO? I would like at this stage to ask if everyone has a voting keypad and a smart card. This seems to be the case. And if this is the case, then I'm going to ask for the opening of the vote. The vote is open. Sorry, we have a problem here, Mr.
Samira.
Is it with Samira Ashgari? The vote is still open. We will wait for the problem to be fixed. And we have a...
Well, is that...
The vote is still open. Problem solved, Mrs. Ashgari? Yes. For Mrs. Caridat as well. So did everyone have the opportunity to vote? This seems to be the case. I'm going to declare... Oh, we still have a problem? Problem solved, Mrs. Agari. You're testing my nerves and those of the candidates. So again, everyone could vote? Yes? Then I'm going to declare the vote closed. The vote is closed.
Dear friends and colleagues, we have a result of this election. I give the floor to the IOC Director General.
So you have elected then a new IOC president. The session is now suspended and will resume shortly. I invite the three scrutineers, along with the technicians of FLUMI and the Chief Ethics and Compliance Officer, to accompany the president outside of this room. And then we will resume here in the room, and the announcement will be made by the president in 30 minutes. Please be back in your seat in time. Thank you very much.
International Olympic Committee, mesdames et messieurs, le président du Comité international olympique, Thomas Bach.
Dear friends and colleagues, the 144th IOC session has elected as the 10th president of the International Olympic Committee, Mrs. Kirsty Coventry.
Dear President and my very dear colleagues, this is an extraordinary moment. As a 9-year-old girl, I never thought that I would be standing up here one day, getting to give back to this incredible movement of ours. This is not just a huge honor, but it is a reminder of my commitment to every single one of you, that I will lead this organization with so much pride, with the values at the core, and I will make all of you very, very proud and hopefully extremely confident in the decision that you've taken today. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, and now we've got some work together. And I would like to really thank the candidates, all of my candidates. This race was an incredible race, and it made us better. Made us a stronger movement. I know from all of the conversations that I've had with every single one of you how much stronger our movement is going to be when we now come back together and deliver on some of those ideas that we all shared. Thank you very much for this moment, and thank you very much for this honor. Thank you.
Not supposed to speak anymore, even. You know, so.
So that's more than a lame duck. This is a grilled duck. This concludes, of course, this part of the session. We will resume tomorrow at 9 o'clock for the last part of the session. Thank you very much, and have a nice evening. Thank you.
Congratulations on your election victory and overwhelming success in the first round of voting. What are your first feelings?
Oh, it's like winning my first Olympic medal in 2004. It's a little bit surreal. You've gone 6 months working really hard, speaking to all the members. I'm just truly grateful to them for them to have put so much confidence and trust into me. And I'm looking forward to working with them to move the Olympic movement forward.
You're also the first woman president of the IOC in 131 years. You're also the first African to lead the Olympic movement in this period. What does that mean? What kind of signal does that send?
It's a really powerful signal. It's a signal that we're truly global and that we have evolved into an organization that is truly open to diversity. And we're going to continue walking that road in the next 8 years.
You'll be taking over in June after your predecessor steps down. What do you see as the first major challenge that you need to tackle?
Well, right now we're going to come together. I'm going to sit down with President Bach. We're going to have a few months for a handover takeover. What I want to focus on is bring all the candidates together. There were so many good ideas and exchanges over the last 6 months. I'd really like to leverage off of that. And then really bring everyone back together and have a reset look at with the IOC members and our Olympic movement and family and decide how exactly we're going to move forward in the future. What is it that we want to focus on in the first 6 months? I have some ideas, but a part of my campaign was listening to the IOC members and hearing what they have to say and hearing how we want to move together.
The Milano Cortina Olympics are in the final stretch, so there's little to be done in terms of large preparation, but obviously the Los Angeles Olympics are looming large in 3 years' time. Given the disruption, the political that we see, how important is it to go to these Olympics with a sense of unity for the Olympic movement?
It's huge. This is our platform. The IOC and the Olympic movement have lasted so many generations because it brings people together, and the diversity is a unifying way for us to connect with each other. So right now in today's world, this is our biggest platform to showcase the good of humanity and to share our values as the Olympic movement. So Milano Cortina is going to be extremely important in today's world where we're very divided, and so is LA and leading forward. And the success of Paris that we're leveraging often, you all saw how Paris ignited a common ground, a common understanding between all of us, and we want to continue that into the future.
And as far as the 48 votes you got in the first round of voting, that is also a signal of a level of unity that we have not seen in recent years in the IOC in such elections. How important is that for you at the start of your presidency in June?
It's extremely important. We have to be a united front and we have to work together. We might not always agree, but we have to be able to come together for the betterment of the movement. I have had incredible mentors in my journey in this Olympic environment since I came in 2013. And one of the first things that one of them said to me is, we're the guardians and we're the protectors, and we have to serve the movement in order to ensure that it lasts for generations to come. And that's what we're going to be doing.
And the importance of you being an Olympic champion, succeeding another Olympic champion in this role, how important is that in actually exercising your work as president?
I think it speaks volumes when you can really, truly understand what the athletes are going through. They're at the heart of our movement. President Bach ensured that they remained at the heart. I will continue to do that. But it really does make a big difference when you're talking to athletes and you can understand where they're coming from, what their expectations are, because you lived it and you went through it. And that is a really powerful thing. So I'm honored to have been successful here in Athens in 2004, and Greece seems to be my lucky charm.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. campaign was based off of the Ubuntu philosophy, which is I am because we are. And so I want us to really come together, be unified in the decisions that we're making to drive this movement forward. We have to make decisions that are going to allow us to be relevant in today's world when it comes to engagement with young people and what that looks like. We've got a number of different tasks ahead of us. I'm really looking forward to tackling those on with the strong membership that we have over these last 6 months. It's been truly incredible sharing so many ideas. So first and foremost, we need to come together and agree on what those ideas are that we want to move forward and push forward. And we're going to do that in the next few months.
The first games will be Milano Cortina 26, followed by LA 28. What are you looking forward to for each one of them?
Oh my goodness. It's going to be, they're both so different, obviously winter and summer. You know, I want to be able to see the expression on athletes' faces when they get to experience the Olympic Games for the first time and they get inspired by our values and they then get to witness all the incredible things of the Olympic movement and get to go home and become ambassadors for us. So I want to just be there to see their reaction of embracing our movement.
With the gender parity achieved at Paris 2024, what can you do as incoming IOC president to make sure that the importance of gender equality filters down from the Olympic Games to NOCs, IFs, to the grassroots level?
Well, that's the challenge, right? We did an incredible job in Paris, and under the leadership of Thomas Bach, we've done an incredible job within our IOC membership. And now we need to filter that through. We need it to go down to the international federations, into the national Olympic committees, into the national federations. You know, at some point we're going to have to really be very specific with what it is that we are requiring and what it is that we're trying to achieve, and potentially put in quotas to start with. And once we get that culture change and that embrace, then we'll be able to really say that we are winning when it comes to gender equality.
You were a world-class swimmer. How have the lessons and the disciplines that you have learned from being a world-class swimmer shaped your vision and your leadership?
The first and foremost is I was never successful on my own. I always had an incredible team. I always chose an incredible team. I chose to be challenged consistently by people, you know, sometimes better than me, because I think that lifts up our game. So I'm going to continue to do that. As an athlete, and the lessons I learned as an athlete, and in the last 6 months, I've learned a lot on that. Staying in my lane, staying focused, doing the work, not getting too distracted what outside is happening. Making sure you're sticking to your values and your core and your integrity. And that for me was really important for this race.
And how important is it for the world that you as a woman and the first African were elected to the most powerful job in sports?
I hope that the world is going to look at this as an incredible opportunity to be inspired, to walk with us in that journey. And we want to show the world that we're truly a global organization. We embrace diversity, and it's what makes humanity in all forms the best. And we want to be able to leverage that. Thank you.